Kakeo đi mà. calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. It's on the way.
Morse Mutual. We're here to help. Sure.
Hello អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នា Sam to be back with the boy តោះថ្ងៃនេះយើងមកលេង GTA ហើយ online
The Diamond Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply with the spin of a wheel.
ដោកអាវទីអ្នកគ្នា
Take a look around. Those are so comfortable. Take your time.
Ôi mấy mình tinh ai đang casino thì mình lo gì tinh ai không nó thấy bày thôi
We appreciate your business.
Tôi tình cả rồi ngày nào bỏ phá
won't find those anywhere else.
Diamond.
I can see you wearing that.
Trời mà. Ơi lồi à. Lũ vịt vừa đói à. Vịt.
We have that in multiple colors. Thanks for shopping with us. That'll look great on you.
Ôi.
That material is imported.
Ồ.
Make sure you come back.
We go to when okay. Hello my friend.
Come on in, honey. Let's see what you like.
ai game mặt ấy đủ vị. Cô đà lên cái đùi má pơm rồi á.
This is going to look so good.
Mà tệp trình bị bẹt today. Oh, boy chập chia my friend. Chơi ghê. Bị côn, dùng côn mình chết đi. Dùng baby mua chết rồi. Đuổi mai tuang đọc một nó mốc lờ rồi. Là ngồi tôi lẹ bạn có đẩy. Trời bạn có đáy mà. À vậy. Vậy mà tục tập lỡ giống ấy. Có hai phiền. Xe rồi bạn có đáy. Gì đấy ha, bạn có đáy. Cá chia thế. À mơ pôn sân đấy. Về liền đi nè lên game chối á. Kê dưỡng. Chụp bánh hai giống. No feeling lên game. Cái mình rõm mà phải nó đô. Tú on anh đi mến mục dẫn thế anh. Cái ad xong rồi em check mưa mà. Tú on anh một khỏa mà mục bờ bờ vậy. Ôi con bột mà đời nó trôi. Miền Pôn nè ơi. Rao Scott rồi. Trời mà này cạch mấy hả? Đặng play gì tới một liền play thì chả nó đôi chiều miên là đi tiết á. Đấy chứ. Có đó vô phải chung một bắt à. Mà lại cũng có má chấp play chơi mà ơi gì vượt. Một ấy á. Kiểm đã một quả choker nó đá lôi mà. Hòn. Áp bắt là nụ bạt. Dạ. Từ ta. Tới xạ mùi tiệt dùng tới tới xạ mùi tiệt.
Thanks for stopping by.
Trời mình tinh tinh khao đang bình nhận. Khao vít à? Mới tinh khao so vậy. Bài trời mà. Mở. Man à. Chậm quá. Một tụi ông anh nhận lối à. Đồ mà tụi ông anh một lần không mới. Trời mày. Trong tê lôi biển đi mà đi bán. Để tụi ông nó vô. Để cho nãy về thì học van lại nó thấy vậy.
Ready to make a decision that'll last forever? I do oil on canvas, you know, besides cock piercings. Hope you like that. Guy before you had a naked picture of his mom done on his arm. Maybe a naked lady tattoo today?
Ai cha hay dữ nào.
I went to art school. Real clean work. Thank you. Some of my pieces have been in magazines. You know, you're not much of a bleeder. I'm using this
Ôi,
money
như
for
dạ thứ mấy đấy
drugs.
không?
That's a masterpiece. I'm good. Tell your friends where you got that. If you want private area tattoos, those are my favorite.
Bê.
Your body is a canvas. Pick some art.
Bob.
No refunds.
No refund.
I need the cash. Yeah, something.
Yeah, I need the
Out of the
cash.
catalog. Yep, looks good. Right on, enjoy that. That's art right there. How about a teardrop by the eye? Make you look hard.
Make you look hard. Tạo mấy mặt đất lo còn xa luôn. Ồ, lối người ta xạo hụt bật lôi.
Hope you like that.
Đôi kêu cách ấy.
Come see us again. That's a good one.
Cái bình trường. Đôi chọn mình đi thăm mấy sao chỉ thấy trời mà. Bam.
Thank you. Be good.
Một màn lối á. Hiểu rồi, còn mơn sáng liền. Chất mà liền. Còn là thợ bạp cái shell. Tiếp những thợ bạp kì. À cái dân.
Ready to own your own party palace? The Diamond Casino and Resort penthouses can be customized.
Tình penthouse thì mà nói tình bàn.
Home theater and private gambling tables.
nhưng vào vào là đi món tổ ơi đại ban nó nhưng vào là đi không mày thợ bàn lan mấy giờ hai đá làm tố không chân trong bàn tê bị áo anh nghe chủ đó oh
Yeah. Besides, Barb would never thank you for any of this fancy doohickey.
Too many options, right? It's yours. Sounds good. Okay. It's yours.
rồi người bỏ vẽ sức xài đại nè ca tôi ở đó nào đấy dương vài thông đi lỗi ở một đi không so lương á
Anything you like? Sounds good.
Oh, the size of this place. I've never walked so far in all my life.
I told you to wear your other shoes.
I told you I was saving those for the pier.
Well, don't say I didn't tell you.
You bought something else?
cái áo xó nó chanh chang lắm nào chắc điều mấy khao thì khao là hộtอย่างnhưng bẹ khao nụ cho mình khao em game em cần lấy chứ tôi nhận nắng hay rồi thì rất tinh po nó thì lỗi
Okay.
đô tôi chỉ po khao thiệt rồi lời rồi
Wings. I could really go for a dozen wings.
Wings? After all that gas you had last night? Huh. And you know they'll only cover them in spice.
Ah, you're probably right.
Know what you want? Lots of stuff, right?
Lordy, the prices in here. Only in Los
khao ER thì lại cho mở bảy trời mà Đó. Ô mission là lá nó bắt em mời tới ô nơi rồi đó thơ vào đó ê bù ôi lại tá luộc cặp lương rồi lôi mẹ chị tê ôi trời thơ đôi chị tê em rồi mà
No one followed you, right? Got
chị
something
luộc cặp lương mẹ nè
just for you. Just so you know, that's a limited time offer. That one's brand new, just hit the market.
cặp lương im phí lụi lại nằng
Act now. That price ain't here for long. Deal. You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style. If I were you, I'd snap that up while the deal's on. That was only released a little while ago. That's new stock.
in
Fresh out
phía
of the
bên
box.
đây
Got it. Yeah, you know what you're doing. Great choice. Oh, good move. Can't live without that. Smart. Yeah, you know what you're doing. Oh, good move. Hell of a price, huh? Won't be here forever.
rồi cậu anh ấy luôn là táng luôn là nóng bên đây bụng mày
Just so you know, That's a limited time offer.
Ô, anh ấy bị lụ khéo chút map rồi đừng.
Sold. Great.
Ủa, giống plan với bạn ạ.
You didn't see me. Be careful with that.
Ô, đừng.
Hey there.
Ba nóng.
Pleasure doing business with you. Oh no.
Tịch.
Shit.
Xóa này kìa. Không bị to.
Knock, knock. Oh, Dave here. We're in a bit of a crisis situation here in paradise. Now, the kind of music lads have been hit with a bad case of the munchies. They're after pizza, specifically. And only something from the mainland will do. I don't suppose you could see your way to flying some over? Business class? Ah, you're a beautiful soul, you know that. I thought we were going under for a second there.
Anh mà chỗ này
Grab a
nó
couple
tèm
of
mà.
pies and get them airborne, pronto.
Sao trời á. À, anh đặt pizza này nè ơi. Chồng rồi. Bật phở. Mồm. Liều đi Scott tới chơi dạo vặt dù. Mặt đua lên đó. Mạch banh với nữa. Ấy à, phạt vô à. Ấy trời mà. Trời ơi, gì tôi sao? Trời, tao liền hot hết, ngay rồi mà. Tô từ. À đây chi vì giá liền hot ấy không?
Oh, good. Now get back to paradise.
Bơm rồi à. Rồi thảm mình điện. Tìm đó đi bật mè vào đó. Con tía mua ai cổng tơ nè. Mơ. ốc đái ăn con tơ đùa ngọt trời mà đó.
Do we have a lift off? Perfecto! I think young Ramper might be about to pass out at the decks.
Thôi mà tốt được đi cho mi mà đừng chuột trời mà lấy chọn xí pizza hôm nay do tập lon pizza cái chứ cái hay một cái đã tính như bóng là toàn mình là cái fly đúng không?
Buenas.
Bố mình 2k người nóng sai một chút tay con tuổi thì tôi được ngày hai cái phút này tay vào tay vào tay tay có hai xong tay hai cái ok phải là mau pha tay mau mà buồn cái xài đá mà thì bộ chỉ cho đó lấy sẽ đến cho dùng tới là tay hai từ nụ Phật lớn cái tới bê Phật buồn dùng tới mặt buồn lên trên tới chuồn vô con chập chia lười hay là năng mệt về chẳng kê phía bà mệt thôi cho dân mau nằng mé nào nữa mission chuột cô nó gọi mòn nó đỏ đâu với nhưng mà thôi giờ đi sơn thu lo sen to dùng tới lại nắng đôi chiều đi thầm một lon có nắng đây cái đó chỉ đào lên trong nắng đây tôi mà này rồi lon nhìn họ lon pizza chỉ mà có chừng nó nhưng ở bạn không bạn ai các bạn ấy bạn ta với thờ đây có đây bot bot là bot ca đi ô mà sợ về trong kia đấy sẽ đông mua nó có liệt nó đông hiện đông gì cái trong đăng chơi mà chỗ mà cho đến bao giờ nó hỏi ấy đấy cho được nông nó miên mùi cái này nè ó từ party nó lại ní phải chiên hả yeah man like school lý nên lý cắn cho học lương lôi nha đi bên bên này cái sàn đi con đi bên bên này cái điều anh nói là có chuyện thầy mình còn bé còn đi bên ban ngày ở cái sạc đi còn ở còn đi chúng ta đi bên ban ngày ở trên tìm hiểu cái điều mình nghĩ là cả sinh tế thầy còn bé còn đi bên ban ngày ở cái sạc đi còn ở đặt cái đồ đặt phòng cái đồ cho tới ở đi bên ban ngày ở trên tìm hiểu cái điều mình nghĩ là cả sinh tế
យន្តភ័រគាត់ឆាប់ជាចោល
Your son, James.
At medium to long, it's to it. All right, we're attacking.
Yeah, let's play default. Play for picks.
Roger.
Okay.
Holding.
I'm dead.
Why?
He's using a railgun up, holding a corner.
I don't know what this guy does at all. Oh, I got a bazooka.
Gotta pick mid. I'm on his coattails.
It's like meditation.
They're smoking.
Back to it, I guess.
I died.
That's where he was. Yeah.
What is this smoke?
This?
No, he peeked. He killed me where you're standing. Just as
No.
FYI.
Yeah, but what's that?
I think that's where he got the kill, maybe.
Oh.
Timothy's hit 134.
Murders with me. Gotta reload. Circle of death.
Cow plant.
Game PC á, banh cái này. Ca đây nè.
Oh my god, they have smokes?
Nhồi.
Ooh.
Wait, I'm sorry. What am I looking at?
Chém lôi bằng cái.
Wait, that's
Flat out? Yeah, it's pretty insane. There's like a zone. I don't think they know what this character does. There's no way.
Wait, how
What
did
in
they
the
know
world?
that?
Wait, if we get we can be the same person, we should all go invisible? No way!
That's a good idea.
Teleport to a teammate's side.
What about super
Oh, I kind of like that. Is this stealth running out? So there's like a ring that I can place down. And so I think I can only use it once per round. But it's a ring. Limbs are bulletproof? What the fuck? What does that mean?
Now I should pick an actual gun, right? Because we don't have the first charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, my E ability places a ring, and if I stand in the ring, I don't run out of invisibility.
Welcome back to another weapon build video, and today we're going to take a look at the Rakta Dark Dagger. So
No, that's too far. Oh, there's this. We just take the just kind of like. Nice job. Really, honestly, it's a pretty. Oh my god, I almost. What would happen if I just drove this man's car into the water? Can I do that? No, wait. This is the his car onto the lift. I can do that. I'm pretty cool. I like that. Things. This is coming in soon. Brakes maybe. Hey, family. I don't have the parts. There's work coming your way. One that got like destroyed again. All right, look, I'm sorry. We'll end it there. Thank you so much.
Only one, which for most things is not a big deal. For example, watching a video. But if you want to do some cool things like, I don't know, web scraping, using code to automatically
What are
check
the
sites
odds
like
of surviving
Amazon?
such an extreme overtaking with unexpected circumstances?
This AI tool is better than Leonardo.ai. You can create unlimited AI images with
Tokyo Extreme Racer, an incredible console, brimming with great approachable games that this succinctly described, and Dreamcast Tokyo taking a heavy dose of inspiration from actual shooter. There are no finish lines here. More dueling uneven. One addicted to vanquishing every button, are in your as compared to perfect transactions.
after an exciting season of mining.
Water. Specialized.
Là ok nè nè khi ní dùmឡើង20 dương mày speed internet nhóm á chẳng game PG download thầm là ti chẳng là lỡ khi như là hồi đợt cho mọi em chọn bởi anh ấy nhầm đô đã New Zealand á em đặt thêm một đĩa đồ đặt thêm một đĩa vì speed gì nè nè cái ít tập phân phân năng mày đấy việc làm thế nào hay download từ cà phê lớp việc du dương muốn du dương mình speed phân năng trong em trong ngày bị lắm còn đồ đã New Zealand nữa នេះអាចតេស្តរមកតេស្តណាដែល speed លឿនជាងហ្នឹងហើយសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំពីមុនខ្ញុំប្រើអារ៉ាប់នេះ United States អារ៉ាប់តែឥឡូវអ៊ីនធឺណិតវាដូចអត់សូវលឿនអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអាចដូរខ្ញុំប្រើពីច្រើនឥឡូវ New Zealand សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំ20ជាងមេដល់បេះលឿនហើយ speed 24មេអ្នកនេះគិតទៅ download លឿនខ្លាំងប្រទេសស្អីគេមុនដូចជានៅចិនតែដល់ដឹងក្រុងស្អីខេត្តស្អីអ៊ីនធឺណិតឡើងរហូតដល់40-50មេឃើញមេឡើងហើយអ្នកនេះយើងគ្រាន់ដូរអាហ្នឹងមកតែប៉ុណ្ណាមានអីនេះយ៉ាឃើញអត់ងាយ setting ខ្ញុំពេលខ្លះយើងឡើងអាហ្នឹងវាអត់ឡើងមានពេលវេលាដែរថ្ងៃលើកពេលខ្លះគាត់តែកម្រពីយើងដូរប្រទេសហើយនៅតែអត់ឡើងអញ្ចឹងយើងព្យាយាមចាំមើលថ្ងៃស្អែកឬខាន់ស្អែកឬលើកក្រោយអញ្ចឹងយើងព្យាយាមបិទបើកវាឬក៏ clear ខាច់វាមកបានវា load ដូរទៅប៉ុណ្ណឹងវិញហើយប៉ុណ្ណឹងចប់ហើយលឿនណាស់អ្នកនេះហ្គេម download ផ្លែន
Welcome back, Flash.
Cô nó mình nhạc ấy game rồi anh bị choáng tâm một lầu rồi nó hoa thả anh làm ô mình đi tăng ai nhỉ tăng như vậy còn đi tăng đi xa không ai thôi anh cô nó nhiều khu bây giờ và lán cái chi vậy giờ trường cái đại còn nó bị phê đại cua toán nó tao mục vậy thật khơi nhà thật khơi Ini sama kanan mua mình thích cái nhỏ thì còn gì bạn yêu tí nó tung mày rồi tí nó không tung rồi tập lố tình làng em ban một đón chạm lan rồi này ta 11 ថ្លៃ thôi tới ấy phăng nó cô bê âm ru thiếu bối đây ôi như là FPP má nè tinh màn ban lan đi môi rồi miền một mớn 7 pón không nè một mớn 7 pón chiếng không tôi điên pha nhóm mà Raj có chứ mua là nó ồ bóng đi săn để sợ ăn ôn trong đá nữa highlight gì nhưng mà vẫn con trong tích ơi ui quả cọp cọp vậy nhựa pi món pi rồi vô lại lại tính cái tinh này con tô mà ổn mong lấy tới một cài lan chi lấy cài lan hai bộ sân ấy đã cái toàn bằng ra Ôi, con miếng này bắt vô anh miếng này ta mấy tờ tinh tôi hùng năng mong miếng này tinh tinh nè lột kia rồi ê cái đuổi mai cay dòng mong à tốt mới rồi ngon nè ôi cay một muối ra ôi nó cao ăn con cho những cái nó cay đang bị pon phây môi à controller mày mà liền chiêng mà ăn cái tua mấy mấy chứ Ôi ơi chưa nè cho nó chia pê chứ ấy cua pê ăn tung rồi ôi tung rồi ôi đấy à ôi à, ba lại cho ăn ghé này họ thi xa thương mấy giờ ăn ghé nó cứ oi bên cứ ôi mà đi cốt tăng giờ thì cô tăng kháng lo gì tính bị a rơ thế rồi rồi
you
Ôi, good night. Game aja.
Welcome back, Flash.
Hello ôn. Đi pro giá. Lên pro giá ôn. Lên pro giá. Ôn sẽ toàn thử nữa. Đúng chỉ mà con tơ mà rồi lơm rồi cả tiền lập tích nữa. Vậy à? Việt Nam mình chỉ để xịt nữa. Chỉ để xịt tránh em mà. Phải ní. Má quả một cái con mình bắt phân tích dài em rồi. Dương thứ tao biết tình. Chứng nào. Của Israel thử tiếp.
chất kém mà. Đi qua
បានដល់អ៊ីស្ត្រាមានអានុភាពបន្ធូរការឈឺចាប់ខ្លាំងជាងប៉ារ៉ាសេតាមុលដល់ទៅ37%.
In this video, I'm going to show you guys my new and improved wheel settings that I use in Forza Horizon 5. With these wheel settings for it, and I have mine tuned to these difficulty settings. So you need to make sure that at least for the first, when you're first trying this out, you should have these difficulty settings set up here, because this is going to be what I tuned my wheel settings for. So it needs to all balance and match. So first of all, we're going to actually have our braking set to anti-lock on. I like having ABS on. It just makes it easier, and that's really the only assist that I have. Now for steering, I am running simulation. If you have it set to normal steering, it's going to feel a little bit more plush. The car is actually going to have basically a gyro where it'll counter correct for you and counter steer. So if you want simulation, because this is the most realistic feeling, this is what I'm going for here is those off, because this is all personal preference. You can realistic driving experience. Clutch, that has nothing to do with the steering. And head over into our steering controls. So if you go right under controls in the menu into advanced controls, you will see you will actually have all of your advanced controls for the steering wheel. Now, if you go in here and you don't have the same settings as I do, what you probably have set up is your actual controller settings. So in order to get out of this, you need to, in the game, will auto controller controls. All it does is make, okay, well, it is vibrating, but it just feels like a real car. Steering, access, dead zone, inside and outside, I have those set from 0 to 100 because a real car is going to be 0 to 100. This is going to give us 900 degrees for a simulation steering wheel feeling. This is exactly what we want if we want a realistic feeling. Now, I know a lot of people do tend to like maybe 540. So if you like that, go ahead and set it to 0 to 60. And that's exactly 50. Now for acceleration, access, dead zone, inside, outside, also 0 to 100. That works for the brake as well. And then for the clutch, because a real pedal goes 0 to 100, you have full control, because the more actual distance you can travel with the pedal, the more control you have. So mid corner, you can actually have more throttle control, more over the car. This applies to e-brake as well, but I don't actually have an e-brake setup, so mine does not matter. But if you do decide to have vibration on, then go ahead and adjust this to whatever you like and whatever is most comfortable with you. Now, here are the important settings. This is what's going to really distinguish. The way the wheel feels, and this is what it is going to give you those really nice settings. So first off, force feedback scale, I have that set at 0.8. So at 0.8, it's enough that I feel force, actual force feedback in the wheel, but it's not enough that it wobbles it back and forth. So if you're driving, and let's say you're just driving at, I don't know, 60 miles per hour, and your wheel is wobbling back and forth if you let go of the wheel, that means your force feedback is set way too high. So I think at 0.8, it's enough that it doesn't wobble back and forth, but you still do feel actual force feedback in the wheel. Let's say you're drifting and your wheel is rotating. This is actual like the spring rate or the power you feel that for it to actually center. So when it's rotating back, you want it to center, because a real car, if you've ever drifted a real car, what happens is the wheels will self-correct. The car will automatically want to correct, mimic what a real car would do if you were to drift it. Now for wheel damper, I have this set all the way up to 1.8. So the reason I have it so high is because our force feedback is down low. So what this does is by having the force feedback down lower, but the actual wheel damper up at 1.8, which is fairly high, the max you can get is 2. What this does is it allows you to have a very stiff, tight, controllable feeling wheel, but it doesn't actually feel like it's wobbling back and forth. It feels like you still have control. This one is actually all personal preference. So if you feel as if the wheel is too lightweight, actually turn this up to 1.9 or 2.0. But if you do feel as if the wheel is too heavy, you can knock this down a couple notches. It's all personal preference. This is really where you're going to do the most of the adjusting. So if you try these settings out and this wheel feels too tight or too loose, try it out, adjust it, plus or minus 1 or 2, maybe even more, see what you like most. And very first, I think it's because I'm there. Understeer, but having it at a lower value, you're going to feel more of the understeer. Very lowest setting you can go is because when you're driving normally and you aren't actually going aggressive with the car, you don't want to feel a lot of force feedback. You want it to be very smooth. And what this allows for you to do is have it set that when you're not driving fast, the wheel isn't going to actually give you a lot of force feedback, which is exactly what you want. Because let's say you're just cruising 30, 40 miles per hour in a real car, you're not going to feel anything in the wheel for the most part. If you're on a smooth, flat road and you're just driving in a straight line, your wheel should not be fighting you, especially at such a low speed, because even if you're doing like, more than that, like 60 miles per hour, if you're just driving straight, you don't want to, is it a range? So when we're driving is at 0.5 and off-road feel scale is at 0.0. Now these 3 settings are probably going to be on the very light side because I think in real life, if you took a car off-roading at 100 Lamborghinis, a lot in the steering wheel, but this is an arcade game. It's Forza Horizon. We're driving off-road in Lamborghinis and Ferraris, so it doesn't need to be fully realistic all the time. And this is the one, part of this setting guide that is going to be definitely more comfortable rather than actually feeling realistic, because let's be real, if you're taking a Ford GT off-roading on a rally course and it's a bone stock Ford GT, you're going to destroy that thing in real life. So this kind of doesn't even apply. So I have these settings very low because when I go off-road, I don't want to feel my wheel throwing me all over the place. If you had this set any higher than these settings, it's just going to be really uncontrollable. So it's really nice for rally driving because the wheel isn't throwing you all over the place, but it is still controllable. It doesn't feel much, I use that kind of relatively because it does still feel different off-road versus on-road, of course, but it doesn't make it so it's like on-road is controllable, but then you go off-road and it's like totally uncontrollable. Both are still very controllable, and this is just kind of what I found to work for me. So let me know, what do you guys think of these settings? Because everyone's different, right? Some people want a different feeling wheel, but these are what work for me. These are what I find to enjoy the most when I'm driving, and these also match most closely to what I want in a realistic feeling steering wheel, minus those off-road feels. So I think this is definitely a good setup guide for you guys. Try it out. Let me know, what do you guys think in the comment section down below. If you did enjoy this video and want to see many more just like it, I have a few other helpful guides on the channel, so definitely do check those out. But other than that, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll see you in the next one.
សូមណែនាំមីគោរសជាតិសាច់មាន់ហើខ្លាមុំក្រហមឆ្ងាញ់
ស្រួយឆ្លើវាឆ្ងាញ់មាត់
ថាស្អែលតែស្រួលប្រើហើយនៅកន្លែងណាក៏បានពេលណាក៏បាន
In today's video, I'm going to be showcasing my settings for the Logitech G920 in Forza Horizon 5. Now, this also applies for the G29 and G923. The G923 has True Force, which updates the force feedback more accurately to the game you are playing. It's only supported in a select amount of games, but FH5 is one of them. Now, saying that, my settings shown in this video will still work for those people on the newer model. Now, the settings I'm going to be showing are good for me, but you may want to change it as well. But generally, this is a good baseline. Now, let's get on to our first alteration, and that is Logitech G Hub. And here is the G Hub software. Now, if you haven't downloaded it, I'd recommend it. I've got a link in the description if you want to get it yourself, and it will give you more functions with the wheel to make it better to your liking. So let's dive in. For example, with my account, you can see I've got 2 devices, but you'll probably only have one if you've only got one Logitech device. Click on this, and you'll be able to see you have got different settings and presets. The first one is for assignments. Now, I personally haven't changed anything in the assignments, but you may want to. But yeah, this is obviously to your preference. There are many things you can change, like the commands, the keys, the actions. We've got different apps we can use through here, but I'm going to be showing the settings with the steering wheel and the pedal sensitivity. With the steering wheel, I've got the operating range set at 700. This is not stock. Usually at standard it's at 900 degrees, but I find that this is too wide and not realistic. So at 700, it's a pretty good middle ground to make it more like a real car. Regarding the sensitivity, this is stock at 50, and the centering spring strength is also stock, but this is at 20. If you have the G923 True Force, you actually have more functions to choose from, which will make it a little bit more realistic into the game you're playing. But obviously, since I don't have that model, it's not here. Going into the pedal sensitivity, the clutch is stock at 50, the brake is up from 50 to 100, and the accelerator is stock at 50. Now, the reason the brake is set to 100 is because the spring in the brake is too stiff. Now, they did actually fix this in the G923 a bit more. They used a more lenient spring, but people still find it actually a bit too aggressive. Now, if you do want to, you can physically mod the board. Now, I haven't done that, but many people have. I recommend watching a few guides on people who do to get an understanding of it. Now, those are my settings for Logitech G Hub. Now, I'm going to jump into Forza Horizon 5 where we can adjust it there too. Alrighty guys, so here we are going to be looking into the settings. So we are going to go into settings, and then we're going to go into advanced controls where we can change all of the wheel's individual settings. I'm going to be going through all of these and showing you what I personally think is good and other things that you may want to change. Starting off, we have vibration. I'd be leaving this on. Invert vertical look, leave this on if you want to, it's your preference. Mouse free look, leave this on, it's also your preference. Invert force feedback, leave this off unless you really want to confuse your sensors. Steering axis dead zone inside is at 0, and the steering axis dead zone outside
Super App ជា App ធនាគារខ្មែរបង្កប់ដោយមុខងារដ៏ឆ្លាតវៃសំខាន់ៗនិងប្រមូលផ្ដុំដោយសេវាធនាគារសម្បូរបែបលើគេនៅក្នុងដៃ AC Super App មានសុវត្ថិភាពនិងបច្ចេកវិទ្យាខ្ពស់ធ្វើឲ្យអ្នកប្រើប្រាស់ងាយស្រួលឆាប់រហ័សក្នុងការបំពេញ
And Scotland. We are in Mexico, and I've got to say I am absolutely best feeling because they are the cars throttle into the railing, but it's straightened up. We want to get the wheel to do a lot of the work for us. Yeah, when we're drifting in real life or sliding, the wheel counter steers. When we push out of a corner, the wheel straightens itself out. And we're going to do this is saying about keeping your traction control and stability control. Control on because Horizon 4 I feel so and it'll make you a better drive. Down to HUD, go down to the very bottom and you will have cockpit drift camera. Now if you're going sideways, the head view will turn sideways if you're inside the car. So you can take my settings down. I turn this on all the time. I've had a little fiddle with it, but I actually like this, pretty not far off the standard settings, so I've left them where they are. Now this is all in important to wheel users, so don't go jumping off the video. Trust me, this is all important.
ដៃបើកឡានអូន
It's all relevant. So now we go into, you don't need me to go through controls. You can map up whatever buttons you want. I don't have look left, look right and all the business. I'd rather be able to put my roof down. I'd like my horn, like to go in photo mode. This can be a bit of a headache all on its own, but you can have loads of different setups and save them to 5 different profiles. So your clutch, your throttle, your brake, because I don't need my wheel to vibrate like a controller. I've got force feedback put into this wheel. Please tell me have it on a lock, it's a feeling of understeer. That is a negative. When it actually sounds like a home all the way. And another video will be coming out for this. Now you can follow my tutorial for Forza Horizon 4. I am doing the same thing. It is doing the same. Couple of minor tweaks, but you know, it's actually majorly the same. So, if you look, I'm just going to go into a donut. You're probably thinking, why is this important? But just watch. Go into a donut. My wheel automatically wants to counter steer. And it wants to straighten out when I catch grip. It's doing some of the work for, and actually asking people, it's more accurate when I'm away from the center, when it's up at a higher setting. It's more accurate when I'm right at the very full lock. It makes no sense to really muck about with this. So I've dropped it 5 points down, 5 points above, and if I'm honest, from my opinion, 50 is where it needs to be. You can feel a little bit more understeer at a lower number. And that is the biggest problem with this game, is I'm struggling with the feeling of understeer. And I've tried hundreds, if not thousands of settings, like in changing the settings up different ways, and I just cannot get it how I had it in Forza. I like a little bit of a disengage and engage, like doesn't make no difference. Right, so under vibration, these ones here are
មានប្រសិទ្ធភាពបន្ថយការឈឺចាប់និងគ្រុនក្តៅវាបញ្ចេញចោលពីរាងកាយអ្នកក្នុងរយៈពេល24ម៉ោងបានដល់500មីលីក្រាម
I want to feel that. I need to know when to counter steer. So set up correctly when you're a wheel user. So for any new wheel users, trust me, most of my setup that now as I said, what we want our wheel to do, we actually want it to do a lot of the work for us. Look, counter steers and then straighten back up. We want this wheel to do the majority of work for us, so that we want it strong as well. So when I'm turning, let's go back up. When I'm turning into a corner, I want to feel the second the chassis flexes and I'm about to lose the back end. I want to feel that. I need to know when to counter steer. So the wheel goes lighter as I'm turning in. So we look quite a sweeping corner here. So as I'm turning in, I'm feeling it lighten off a little bit as the back end starting to push. See, feel a little jig in the wheel. I can feel each individual like that. Feel each individual, and I can react to it straight away. When I'm turning in, the back end comes out. I caught it straight away. The wheel was letting me know, it's feeding back that important information that the back end's about to go. You need to counter steer, and a lot of the time, counter steer's for me because the centre spring's up. Turn yourself.
Lean. Quả đáy nó từ sợi tới. Đây.
ជាមួយដៃគូសង្ឃពីអាការៈប្រាស្រ័យតាំងពីពេលដំបូង
3 នាទីមានភ្លាម
Be a video where I just tell you what values to use is the same adjustment as steering linear will make the wheel less accurate near center and more accurate near full steering lock. And of course, you'll get the opposite effect if you turn this below 50. I highly recommend leaving this linear. Next, you have wheel operating range. This affects how much you have to turn your wheel in order to achieve full steering lock. We'll talk more about this setting later, there is some debate about it, but for now, I strongly recommend leaving this at 900 degrees. Your centering spring is a force that always tries to bring the wheel back to center. Real cars do not have this. However, there are two small reasons to leave it on. If you don't have a centering spring and you're loading into a race, you won't know right away if your wheel is centered or if it's been spun 360 degrees, causing you to start the race by veering to the side right away. Now, if you stay aware of your wheel position, you can of course avoid this, but for me, it's easier to set a very low centering spring force so that the wheel still defaults to near its center position at the start of a race. Unfortunately, this trick only works on certain wheels and software. Forza Horizon's centering spring setting will not return your wheel to center in loading screens. Horizon does use centering spring to give caster information, so if your software allows it, leave centering spring on but low. G-Hub centering spring settings shouldn't affect Horizon at all. And that's really all you can adjust for Logitech. Let's look at Thrustmaster settings. On the test input tab, we have the rotation angle again, and like before, I suggest keeping this at 900 degrees. Over on the gain settings tab, we've got some more adjustments though. The overall strength setting should be pretty self-explanatory. To work out, like with Logitech, is a setting I recommend leaving on, but vary the inertia damping effect you'd get on standard and makes the car an acceleration damping effect settings. Next, the inertia damping effect you'd get on T on keyboard or by switching Anna for telemetry when you aren't Then push your pedals all the way, and you've got dead zone settings. Steering dead zones should not be adjusted, but it is worth testing your brake and acceleration dead zones if you haven't. Open your telemetry. This can be done by hitting T on keyboard or by switching ANA for telemetry on controller and then hitting down on D-pad. Make sure both throttle and brake are at 0% when you board or by testing your brake and acceleration dead zones if you haven't. Open your telemetry. This can be done by hitting T on keyboard. Or by switching ANA for telemetry on controller and then hitting down on D-pad. Make sure both throttle and brake are at 0% when you aren't touching the pedals. If they aren't, you need to increase inside dead zone. Then push your pedals all the way and make sure you see them read 100% in telemetry. If they don't, you need to decrease outside dead zone. Now for clutch, I find that 90% is perfect. When shifting in a race, you'll be very quickly kicking the pedal as you shift gears, and you want to make sure you aren't getting any clutch slip or missed shifts. That 90% outside dead zone will help there. Now, I did skip over linearity, so let's touch on that quick. Again, just like with the wheel software settings, this should be left at 50, which is a linear steering response. Alright, now let's get to the good stuff. The main wheel settings. Starting with force feedback scale. This has no effect on centering spring or damping adjustments. It only controls the dynamic force feedback strength. This is where you're going to dial in the maximum strength of your wheel and ensure you aren't clipping. Clipping is what happens when the game is trying to give you more force feedback, but your wheel is already at max strength. It's one of the worst things you can have on a wheel, and I see far too many settings guides that end up causing it, especially for Logitech. Imagine you're in the middle of taking a medium corner, and the wheel's motor is already using 100% of its strength to give you that simulated grip and G-force feeling. Then the corner sharpens and you need to turn in harder, so the game wants to give you more force to let you know what's happening to the car, but the wheel is already giving 100%, so it just does nothing and you feel nothing, even though the forces on the car have changed. Clipping will cause you to lose out on that information that the game is trying to tell you through the wheel. So, in short, leaving this slider alone will mean that when the game wants to give you a certain percentage of force, the wheel gives you that exact percentage of its force. And that's what you want. Turning this up will not increase your maximum force feedback. It will only increase the rate at which you hit your maximum force feedback. If you feel your wheel is too strong though, you can turn this down. On my small wheel with my T300, I set this to 0.9. Logitech users should probably keep this at 1.0 to get the most out of their wheel's strength. Alright, next up we've got centering spring. Now I already pretty much covered this in the wheel software settings, but I'll say it again here. Real cars don't have centering springs. What this is doing is adding a static return to center force on the wheel, and it dampens the actual force feedback you should be getting. If you were able to drop centering spring rate in the software settings, this might be fine at default here, but if you still find it to be too strong, or you weren't able to adjust it because you're on console, set this between about 0.1 to 0.5, depending on personal preference. You should really only feel centering spring below about 30 miles an hour. Alright, now for your wheel damper scale. Again, this adjusts the overall heaviness feel of the wheel. I find that people tend to turn this up because it feels nice, it feels more like a real car, but increasing damper also slows down the wheel's ability to rotate on its own, making drifting and corrections harder. I used to run this higher, but after a long period of testing, I ended up settling at 0.8 on my T300 and even lower on the G29. This does make the G29 feel light, but it also allows you to feel the road and tires much better. Alright, let's move on to mechanical trail. This adjusts the car's suspension feel in the wheel. Setting this over default can dampen the feeling you get from the tires and leads to an effect similar to clipping. I'd suggest leaving this at default or turning it down a notch or two to get more feeling from the tires if you struggle to find your grip limit. For drifting though, it can actually help to turn this up because it amplifies the caster feeling and can help you countersteer. Now for FFB minimum force. This is a great place to make the wheel feel heavier without much downside. If you feel the wheel is too light and floaty near center but feels good once you're deep into a corner, this is the setting for you. I turned this up to about 1.3 on my T300. Be careful turning this up high though, as too high can introduce a sort of reverse clipping effect where minor FFB effects get amplified and can't really be differentiated. It could also introduce some wheel oscillation. For load sensitivity, this setting adjusts how you feel the load on your tires. Increasing this value is going to increase the range, not the amount of your feedback. For example, if you have a grippy car that feels really heavy even on mild turns, turning this up will mean that you won't get that heavy feeling until you're harder into the turn. So a higher setting here will give you a wider range of feedback overall, but you can make the wheel feel too light and vague near center. So if you struggle with grip or feel too floaty near center, it might help to turn this down a bit. Now we come to road feel and off-road feel. These are similar adjustments to Thrustmaster's periodic effects slider. Adjusting these was huge for improving my rally experience with the wheel. What these do is adjust how strong the small shakes and vibrations are in the road surface due to imperfect or rough rally road surfaces. Although this feedback feels nice and adds some realism to the wheel, it also distracts and dampens your ability to focus, not mean you're. Every car has a set steering angle, as in how much the wheels of the car can turn. This can never be changed with settings. The only thing that does increase this is drift suspension.
In this video, I'm going to teach you guys how to drift in Forza Horizon 5. Let's get into it. Hitting the bell icon to stay up. I had to take a lot of time to really learn the physics of Forza Horizon settings, and I'll show you guys everything I have for my wheel setting. This setup is using the steering simulation because a lot of people because I feel like you can actually get all of your wheel settings. Now, if you're playing with the controller and your wheel, you might actually be on the controller setting. So if you go to this setting here and it doesn't look like mine, that's probably because you're looking at it from a controller standpoint. So if you just go to the right bumper, you can actually see now you're on wheel settings. First of all, I don't like having vibration on. I think it's a little bit weird. It just makes the wheel shake, and the wheel already gives you enough force feedback that you don't necessarily need it. So I just leave it off. And vertical look, off. And then for steering axis dead zone inside and outside, I like to keep it at 0 to 100. Basically, this gives you 900 degrees. It's like a real car. I like this realistic feel because I don't want my steering wheel to feel like an arcade game. I want it to feel as realistic as possible. So then steering linearity also at 50, because when you run it at 50, this gives you the most realistic feel. And then for acceleration and dead zone inside outside, running 0 to 100 again. And then for deceleration, 0 to 100, clutch 0 to 100, and e-brake 0 to 100 as well. These just give you the most realistic feel, because, you know, a real car isn't going to have that limited. You're going to be at 900 degrees and your clutch, brake, and gas are all going to be 0 to 100 as far as control, because the more control or the more width you can have with your throttle, you can actually get more control over the steering and just the throttle, the brake, clutch, everything like that. So then moving over, I have vibration scale set to 0.5. I just have it there because I don't use it. So feel free to adjust it. If you like vibration, find what works for you, but I just have it set to 0.5 because it's off. So it doesn't really matter anyways. And then force feedback scale is at that. So then moving over, I have vibration scale set to 0.5. I just have it there because I don't use it. So feel free to adjust it. If you like vibration, find what works for you, but I just have it set to 0.5 because it's off. So it doesn't really matter anyways. And then force feedback scale is at 0.5 because it's off. So it doesn't really matter anyways. And then force feedback scale is at 0.9. I like it a little bit lightweight for drifting, but if you want to do more grip driving, this setup works great. The only difference you need to make is actually move this over to 1.1 or 1.2. This is going to give you a really good grip setup, because all these other settings don't need to be changed. Just simply change the force feedback scale to 1.1 or 1.2 and you'll get a really good grip setup. Now for center spring scale, I like to really feel it rotate when I'm drifting. So I have it at 1.1. I like it centering really well. So I have it a little bit over 1 because that just gives me a nice feel and I can actually feel the wheel centering. Wheel damper scale, I have to 1.0, and mechanical trail scale, I also have to 1.0. Now for force feedback minimum force, I have it at 0.5, because when you have it at 0.5, what this does is it makes it feel more realistic in the sense that this is the minimum force that the wheel is going to apply. So when you're driving normally, let's say just in a straight line, not going too fast, it's not going to be throwing you all over the place. You don't want that, because if you have it set way too high, you're not even going to be able to keep the car straight. You want to be able to keep the car controlled at a low speed, but when you're going hard on the car, you want to still be able to feel it. So that's what this does. And I think having it set to the lowest setting is great for that, because it's just not going to overdo it at low speeds. And then for force feedback load sensitivity, I have that set to 1.0, and road feel scale, we have it at 0.9, and off-road feel scale at 0.8. I feel like this is a little bit on the lower side because I don't like to feel those things too much. You know, once you hit the grass or the dirt, you don't want the car to be thrown around too crazy. This might be less realistic, but you know, let's be real, in real life, we're trying not to go into the dirt. So I just leave it there because I don't really like to feel it too much. Now that we have our settings, we can go ahead and learn a drift. So I think the main thing you have to learn here is a lot about physics, right? We have to understand how the weight transfers, how the tires kick out, how steering one way can actually steer you the opposite way. There's a lot of physics that we have to understand here. So I'm going to go ahead and simplify it here and tell you guys really what to look for and what to really focus on when you're practicing. So the huge thing is you're going to want to steer with the throttle and stabilize with the steering wheel. So yes, you are still steering with the steering wheel, right? Don't get me wrong here. You're steering with both, but it's a concept of learning to steer with the throttle. So as you see, I just kicked it out there by giving it throttle. I recommend using manual with clutch so you can actually kick it out using a clutch kick. So as you can see, I'm turning right to go left and left to go right, but you feel it all through the force feedback. So in order to kick it out, what you want to do is apply the clutch kick it, you know, give it gas, and then let the rear end kick out. So the cool thing here is once it kicks out, you have to instantly start steering the other way. So if it kicks out to the right, you start steering to the left. It's a very, I guess you could say, opposing factor here, because one way is going that way and the other one's going that way. It's a very weird thing that you just have to feel, right? The force feedback is very it's a good system in this game, because Horizon 5 is a very realistic feeling game, even though it is meant to be more arcadey. The physics are still very realistic and they all do still apply here. So we can use this to our ability to actually learn drifting and use real life car physics in this game. So it's pretty cool with that. So as you can see, when I straighten it out, I have to kind of wobble the wheel back and forth. This is what really stabilizes it. But the thing is, I'm not the one actually doing most of the work here. It's the wheel itself. So in real life, a real life car, the wheel, when you let go of it, like let's say you're turning, right? In mid-turn, you just let go. The car itself is going to straighten out. That's just how physics work. So you have to understand, if you want to get the car straight, you just let the wheel straighten itself out and balance itself out. So the wheel is doing most of the work here. So when I'm trying to counter steer and go the other way, I'm not the one forcing the wheel to turn the other way. It's actually the wheel's force feedback that is rotating it. So the way to do this is to lightly just loosen your grip on the steering wheel to allow the wheel to flip, you know, in between your fingers or in between your hands, because your hands are going to glide over the wheel. You're holding it enough that you can hold the wheel in place, but you're having it loose enough to the fact that the wheel can actually spin in between your hands. So it's a very minor process. You have to really you just have to fine tune it and see what works for you, you know, like how much grip do you want to hold, how much you want to apply. It's all very, I guess you could say, subjective, because it's like what works best for you, right? So what I'm finding here is, as you can see, I kind of can kick it out and then let the steering wheel kind of balance itself. Road feel scale at 0.8. I feel like this is a little bit on the lower side because I don't like to feel those things too much. You know, once you hit the grass or the dirt, you don't want the car to be thrown around. You know, let's be real, in real life, we're trying not to go into the dirt. So I just leave it there because I don't really like to feel it too much. Controlled at a low speed, but when you're going
Những đối chiến những quá trình liên quan khá lý lý gương gương nó con bàn
your destination.
Con tôm rồi sai em không vô thử rồi đã đi dân bơi chìm mãi chứ ô quả nông kìa chiều ví cái lại nâng ta dạ con lại ồ cho lòng phút counter Hà Nội cái lỗ máy nung mà đi cao một quýnh mới tới có cái cũng là hơi thoáng nó trong lan suốt ban mà cái cách chuyên cái gì này ấy chung mà kèm kèm bật
In 400 yards, turn right.
tôi cũng rối chứ
Turn right.
chẳng là nhuộm ba lan Rambo cũng làm rất là kẹn
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Round one is a go! It's drift run! Keep drifting and don't stop!
This is a drift run. You have to stick. To the route, but traction is optional.
In 100 yards, turn sharp left. Recalculating route. In 200 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. In 200 yards, turn sharp left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left. Turn around when it is safe to do so. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 400 yards, turn left. Recalculating route. In 400 yards, turn sharp left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 400 yards, turn right. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right. it is safe to do so.
Lời coi ma đó.
In 400 yards, turn left. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left.
I'm out. Round one, fail.
Hey, Flash. That's 5 Horizon Arcade events. Well done. Yes, I'm counting. Of course I'm counting. That's my whole job.
Cô là một cái tao nào online nó